Meeting of January 24th. We have an agenda before us. Additions, Councillor King, Deputy Reeve King.
So could we add somewhere in our new business request from Trochu Ag Society?
Okay, so 7.2 request.
And if I could also add under council and committee reports, just a verbal follow-up on the Trochu Housing Corporation.
Alrighty, 9.2, Trochu Housing. Councillor Cunningham.
So I promised after the first year I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to ask a newbie question again. So on the agenda, 7.1 renewable energy had originally been tabled to February 14th. So just curious about that. Do we not need a special motion if we're moving the date ahead?
We'll refer that to our CAO.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, in this particular case, having part of that discussion today does not prohibit it from coming back on February 14th.
So you're good with that, Councillor Cunningham, or would you like to remove something or delete?
Yeah, just the last meeting, it sounded to me like that the whole lobby effort in conjunction with Rocky View would be tabled till February 14th. So there was kind of pending further information, or Mr. Hogan was thinking we might get some more feedback from other municipalities.
Did we get any information back? Or?
We have a little bit of information. We don't. I think a lot of municipalities, from my understanding, are discussing it this week. So there is a bit of information, but not a lot more. Administration felt it was related, and as we said, having discussion on it today does not prohibit it from coming back on the 14th. But there are other elements to that discussion as well.
Okay, so how would you like to proceed, Councillor Cunningham?
I personally would like to see that piece, the lobby effort with Rocky View, to stay on February 14th. That would be mine.
I do believe that we won't make any decisions on that in this meeting anyway. Am I correct?
You don't have to, no.
We don't have to, so we can have a short discussion on it, and we can proceed on the February 14th meeting with the balance of it. Is that okay?
Sounds great, thank you.
Okay, is there any other addition, Councillor Christie?
I'd like to have a quick verbal report on the Ag Service Board Convention. Well, maybe not quite so quick, but it was a good convention, but we'll cover that when we get there.
Okay, so 9.3 under council and committee reports, Ag Service Board Convention, Grand Prairie. Any other additions, deletions? Okay, seeing none, would someone like to, yes, Councillor Christie.
If there's nothing else, I'll move the agenda as amended.
All righty, we don't have any other additions, deletions, Mr. CAO?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, we do not.
Okay, so we have a motion before us to adopt the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We've pre-circulated the minutes of the January 10th regular meeting. Any errors, omissions, concerns? Councillor McGee.
I move that we adopt the January 10th meeting minutes.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve January 10th meeting, January the 10th meeting as presented. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, our first agenda item will be 4.1, Kneehill County Transfer Sites. Welcome, Mr. McKiernan. And anytime you're ready.
All right, good morning, Reeve, members of council. So this morning, I bring forth just an overview of our transfer sites for information purposes to the council. So the presentation is intended to provide council, like I said, and the public with an overview of the solid waste and recycling services offered at each of our transfer sites. As members of the Drumheller District Solid Waste Association, some services at the transfer sites are offered through that collaboration of this association, and some of the recycling options at these sites are organized through Kneehill County itself. The brief PowerPoint that I'll go through will highlight the services options available at each transfer site and the role that the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Association and the county play in the administration of these. So we'll start off with our first slide, which is our carbon transfer site. So I've added a picture, kind of an overhead view of the site, just kind of give you the size of it and that sort of thing, hopefully. So the available services at our carbon transfer site there is one transitory bin, one cardboard recycling bin, and we do have an automobile battery recycling bin, although it's not really advertised too much that it's there, but if someone did bring one, we'd have the opportunity. The site hours are 1 day a week, and that site is open on Saturdays from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. So the transitory bin and the cardboard bin, the collection is arranged through the Drumheller District Solid Waste Association. The transitory bin is usually scheduled to be collected twice a week on Mondays and Fridays, and the cardboard bin they started a routine collection, and it's usually bi-weekly. Also at our carbon site, the Village of Carbon utilizes this site for their curbside collection. So their curbside collection is on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and so they go up there and they enter the site and they deposit their solid waste in the bins to get picked up and transported off just through the Drumheller District Solid Waste. And they can do this because they are a member of that association as well. Also through an agreement with the county and the Village of Carbon, Carbon residents are also permitted to use this site on our Saturdays when we're open. So just on the Saturdays, just as well as our residents.
Go ahead, Councillor Phobes.
So if it's only open on Saturdays, why are we collecting twice weekly on Mondays and Fridays?
All right, so through the chair, Councillor Phobes, we collect on Mondays and Fridays because Mondays will collect the weekend refuge, and on the Friday it collects the carbon's curbside collection. So we always have an empty bin for each day, kind of thing. So our next slide is our, and you can see I have like little parentheses around Linden because that's just the name of the site because it's close to these municipalities. It isn't Linden's site or it isn't Carbon's site, but it's just named because it's close to those municipalities.
Location.
So I just thought I'd let you guys know that. So at our Linden site, so the hours on this site, they're open 3 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Tuesdays and Thursdays is 10 to 6, and Saturdays is 9 till 5. So available services, Linden is one of our larger sites, and so we have quite an array of services here. So we have the 2 transitory bins for household waste. We have the electronics recycling. We have the paint recycling, propane bottles, scrap metal and white metal recycling, as well as barbed wire recycling. We have 3 cardboard bins, 2 newsprint bins, automobile battery, tire recycling, and we also have a burn pit that we operate there as well. So like the carbon site, the transitory bins, the cardboard bins, and the newsprint bins, those are all organized through the Drumheller District and Solid Waste, as well as the electronics recycling and the paint recycling. Those are also coordinated through the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Association. The scrap metals, the tires, the propane bottles, the barbed wire, the automobile batteries, the burn pits, that's all coordinated through the county ourselves. So we go and we find a third-party contractor, and they'll come in and remove that recyclable material for us. And that collection through us is usually done on an as-need basis. So when the piles get larger, or we now have tire cages that people can put the tires in to kind of keep them a little more organized, that's done when we give them a call. So the burn pit, like I mentioned, we operate that, and that's burnt as we can. We apply for fire permits just like everybody else. So if there's a fire ban on, we don't burn either. If the conditions aren't preferable for a fire, high winds, that sort of thing, we don't burn either. So we follow the fire permit just like everybody else within the county for that burn permit, or for that burn pit, I mean. So at the Linden transfer site, the Village of Linden, they utilize this site as well for their curbside collection, as well as their commercial collection. So they also have some commercial bins that they collect. The waste for that is brought to the site on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays each week. As well, the village is also a member of the Drumheller District Solid Waste Association. Through an agreement again with the county and the village, as well as the village of Acme on this one, those agreements allow those residents of those towns or villages to come and use that site when it's open. So our Three Hills transfer site, so again, it's a decent size area. We have the 2 Transtor bins. We have 3 cardboard recycling bins, 2 paint recycling bins. We have a newsprint recycling bin. Twine, this is our twine, like our ag kind of collection site, so we collect twine there, and we collect the pesticide jugs there. As well, we have an automobile battery recycling bin, and and that's it for about there for our services. That site is also open 3 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and on Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So the Drumheller District Solid Waste, again, they are involved in the cardboard recycling, the newsprint recycling, the paint recycling, as well as collection of the Transtor bins. The county, we, on this site, it's mostly the ag stuff, so the twine and the pesticide jugs, as well as the automobile battery recycling is what we take care of. So on the ag side there, the twine, we never used to be a recognized collection site until just recently. So we used to actually, through the help with usually the ag department, like in their summer students, we would actually take all that twine down to Drumheller after we collected at our site. But now that we're a recognized collection site, they'll actually come to our site now and pick that up from us there. The pesticide jugs, that collection is in the midst of a change. So that is going to retail collection away from the municipality collection. So our site still collects it because it is one of the larger volume collectors. But we have a date of December 31st as our cutoff for collecting jugs of this year. So December 31st, 2023. January 1st, 2024, then the users are supposed to return them to a retailer.
Councillor Christie.
The volume that went through this year, was it considerably down or not?
I didn't get anything from them for this year. It was more previous years. So just from when the contractor comes to collect them, I think they were there 3 times. So that's quite a good volume still.
So in conversation with other ag service boards, in more remote areas, they're turning them over to the co-ops or whoever to keep that system going. So I don't know if there's any opportunity to turn this over to one of the big retailers or not. I don't know whether that's an option down the road, and I don't know how they do it.
Sorry, through the reef, are you speaking of the actual site? Or?
Just the structure of the building, so that like co-op or somebody could say, okay, we'll manage it. But I don't know what their lease agreements and stuff were. Their concerns was their ag retailers are somewhere 100 kilometers away. So they're not getting, so the chemical jugs are being burnt if there's not a location to drop them off more locally. I don't know in our county whether that would be a problem. Anything that I've bought, they're more than willing to take the bags back and supplied the bags with no question. But we have more retailers spread around our county, so I'm not sure it's a problem that we have. I just don't know if it's an option for that shed. I don't know.
Through the reef, I haven't heard any of that being an issue. I don't have a list of all the retailers. I'm fairly certain that Richardson, just outside our shop area there, is going to be a collection area. So that's not too far from our actual site that we collect from. So it may not become an issue, but then again, I haven't heard anything really from the users.
Yeah, I think pretty much the retailers will take your jugs back if you bought chemical from them.
Yeah.
So they're gonna be localized, and, I mean, I don't know of much chemical that comes from outside our county, so I don't know whether that would be an issue. The other thing that I heard at the Ag Service Board is that net wrap, which is not really recyclable because all the garbage they're in, there's a process now where they're supplying basically a plastic wrap that doesn't do the end of the bales, but they wrap, I think they said, a third more around the bale with this solid piece of plastic that's way more recyclable. And whether that'll catch on or not, I don't know. It's quite a bit more costly, but guys are saying it's preserving their feed way better, so.
Yeah, through the Reef Clean Farms, that's actually looking through a lot of pilot programs for that ag plastic waste that we can't do, like the net wrap and things like that. So they are looking at things to kind of, progress in that kind of way.
Just have a quick question for you, Mr. McKiernan. Our site attendant monitors the pesticide jug program?
Yes, through the Reef, yeah, currently he does. So we do try to make sure that what's coming in is rinsed, clean, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's hard when there's jugs in the back of a grain truck and the first bit looks good. But, so we do try to monitor that, but yeah, like everything else, there's always some that get through.
Yeah, that was my concern. If we turn it over to a third party, they're not gonna sit there and monitor what's coming in, and it's certainly not gonna be our responsibility to monitor it either. So probably far better off taking it back to the retailer, if that is the wishes of the Clean Farms or whoever, or province, whoever makes that decision, so.
Yeah.
I do believe that December 31st would be appropriate of 23, and then after that, it becomes something else.
Yeah, and they do have it now where they are supposed to bring them back in bags as well. So not like we'll take it free flow right off the things. So, but when they go to retailer, they're gonna have to put them in bags and bring them back in bags to those retailers. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. So then a little bit more on to the Three Hills transfer site. So this site is the site that we use to, when we do our Hamlet curbside collection. This is the site that all that solid waste is brought to, and then from there it's transported down to Drumheller through the association as well. And that is done on Thursdays each week. So the Drumheller does empty those bins at this site 3 times a week. So Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays. So just to make sure that we have empty bins for each of our days that we're open.
Deputy Reeve King.
Just before you leave the Three Hills Transfer Station, do you want to just highlight the fact that that's also where we do our recycling for household? If you would, please just emphasize that and maybe the materials that we're collecting in that part of the program, please. Thank you.
Through the Reef, Deputy, yeah, sorry, I totally went right over this even in my presentation. Yeah, so through the council, we did that initiative where we did bring in a bin for recycling of our plastics, tin, aluminum, and that sort of thing. So it is a single-use bin, so basically it doesn't have to be separated. Everything can just go into this bin, and so we can take those things that people are looking to get rid of. The only thing that they still do not take, and I did look into it a little bit, is glass. Right now, nobody wants glass. Unfortunately, if we do take it, it would probably just end up in the landfill because they're going to separate it out and discard it. So that's why we try to say we don't take it, so people can maybe reuse glass in a different way kind of thing, instead of it, looking like a recyclable, but it doesn't get recycled kind of thing. So we do take, like I said, we do take all the plastics. We take the tin cans, we take the aluminum foils, as long as it's clean and washed and that sort of thing. The yogurt containers, all that kind of stuff is in that bin now. That is through a third party. So that currently is E360, and that's on an on-call basis. So when that bin fills up, we give them a call to their dispatch, and then they come out and they remove the bin, empty it, and then bring it back to us. It seems the use on that is basically every month, just under a month is when we're calling to get the bin. So it's a fairly large bin, so it's getting used.
Deputy Reeve King, you had a supplementary?
Yeah, and just more of a comment than maybe supplementary. While I was in Grand Prairie as well, at the Ag Service Board thing, I had a conversation about the fact that coming in Alberta is legislation that forces the producer of these clamshells and glass jars and all of those to find a solution. And so by, I think, 2024, in Alberta, there will be a program that's funded by the producers of these materials, and they will be responsible to have a recycling option in place. So I know there's a lot of people really frustrated right now with glass and some of the things that aren't possible to be recycled. That's coming, and it'll be on the producers. The responsibility will be them, and they're going to be the ones paying for it. Ultimately, it's the consumer who pays for all of these things, but at least we know that there'll be a program then at that point where they have to take that material and find an end use for it. So I was giving them a bad time about glass, and they said, just wait, it's coming. So I know there's a lot of our ratepayers who are concerned in that regard, and the reality is right now some of this stuff's being collected and just landfilled, and so ultimately there is a program coming that will no longer be allowed, and they'll have to deal with this stuff.
So through the review, yeah, Deputy King, that's correct. It is called the EPR, so the Extended Producer Responsibility type thing. It is coming, but from what I understand, I was just on a webinar there the other day, it's still kind of in its, there's dates set for things, but it still seems to be in its infant stages, where bylaws are still being produced and stuff through ARMA and Alberta Environmental Protected Areas. So once those bylaws are in place, then we'll know more. By the end of this year, municipalities have to register with the program on what the population or the residential that we service, how we service, like what our level of service is. And then from my understanding is that the producers then have to maintain what is already in place. But again, it's still in its infancy, so there's still a lot to be learned on what the end goal will be and how that's going to look. But yeah, it's definitely in place, and it's moving, and there's dates set. So,
just as a follow-up, I understand this legislation and program is in effect in Saskatchewan and I believe Manitoba already, and so Alberta is kind of following somewhat in their footsteps, but it's coming here too.
Yeah,
so.
that's right. Yeah. All right, so we'll move on to our next site. So our Torrington transfer site / landfill. So this is our biggest site, our busiest site, as we probably accept everything that we can here. And it's a very busy site, but we have one TransTor bin for household waste. We do the electronics recycling, the e-waste, the paints recycling, propane bottles, scrap metal, white metal recycling, barbed wire recycling. We have the 4 cardboard bins, 2 newsprint bins, automobile battery recycling, tire recycling, and we also operate a burn pit there. As well, we operate a Class 3 landfill. So we'll get into a little bit of those in a bit. So like all our other things, the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Association, they coordinate the collection of the cardboard bins, the newsprint bins, the TransTor bins, the electronic recycling and paint recycling. And so basically, again, the TransTor bins, they're collected on Fridays and Mondays, so that Wednesdays and Saturdays we have our empty bin. The electronics and the paint are done on an as-needed basis, and the newsprint and cardboard, again, are collected on a bi-weekly. So the county ourselves, so we coordinate the scrap metal, white metal, barbed wire, propane bottles, tire recycling, automobile batteries. That's all arranged through us, and we use the third-party contractors for those. And again, collection's done on an as-need basis. We operate the burn pit there, and again, just like Linden's, we apply for a burn permit before we do any burning, and as well, we follow the regulations on that. So if the wind is too high or anything, we don't burn. The Class 3 landfill, so that's our landfill that we operate out there. We are on our third of our last cell out there. It is a residential Class 3 landfill, so that we don't take anything like a household garbage in there. It's all got to be inert. So basically, furniture, mattress, things like that. We don't take anything that can basically decay because we don't have a leachate system or anything like that. It's basically just a lined pit that holds garbage, and we crush it with the packer and that sort of thing. So it's not, like I said, it's a residential one. So the operators have been, for a while there, for the last many years, been trying to make it so that loads are sorted, so that we can take things such as metals or anything that people are bringing, and we can put it over into the metal bin. If things can be burnt, we put it in the burn pit, things like that, so we can keep that airspace that we have in those landfills going as long as we can. So that's why we have the must be sorted type orders when we get there things. So we go with that. We don't have a scale at this site. We don't, back in, I think it was 2018, we did an evaluation on the remaining life of that landfill. And since we don't have a scale, we had to do kind of some estimations of the weights and stuff. And with that, and with the compaction that we do with our machine out there, at that time, they said there was about 9.7 years remaining. So that was about 5 years ago. So we're probably down to about the 4 years type thing right now, remaining on that life. Again, I said that we've been diligent on trying to divert it because this is our last approved fill. So after that, then we have to start looking if it's continue it or look for a different area to put these other pits or alternate methods of using the landfill. Any questions? Oh, well, the site hours on that is Wednesdays and Saturdays from 10 to 6 both days.
I guess my, my question to that would be, Mr. McKiernan, we do not charge for the Class 3 landfill for dumping materials. We just make sure that it's our residents that are using it.
Right, that's correct, Reeves. So we don't charge at all. There is no fee to use that if you're a resident of Kneehill County. We do charge contractors, and basically the only contractors we get are like roofers. So they'll come up there and we do charge them the fees that are set out in the master rates bylaw. So they're about, and there might be the odd non-resident that comes. We do charge for the white metal there, sorry, not the white metal, but yeah, the white metal, so anything with a Freon, like a fridge, freezer. But other than that, yeah, it's a free site, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so those are our 4 transfer sites that we own and operate ourselves as the county. We do have agreements with a couple other municipalities. So we do have an agreements with Acme and Trochu that do allow our users to visit these sites and use their facility there. So I kind of put them all in both. So they do have transfer bins for household waste. They do have cardboard, newsprint recycling, as well as they have automobile battery recycling, paint recycling, electronic recycling. Acme has used oil recycling, but I know it is limited on the amounts that you can bring. So it's not a commercial thing, it's purely residential. So if you change your oil, that kind of like it's very limited to the amount. There's scrap metal, there's white metal, and there's a burn pit also, and those are at Trochu. Through the agreements, we do a little bit there for Trochu in regards to their burn pit. We do dig it out for them every once in a while, and we do take that cold ash and stuff like that, we do take to the Torrington site as well. Not very often anymore, but we used to also push up their metal piles and stuff like that, but not too much anymore. Also, it should be noted on this, since we were talking about outside ones, as a member of the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Association, our residents are also able to utilize and dispose of material at that site as well. Excuse me. They do have fees in place though, so that people do have to, there are certain fees, but they also have things like the hazardous household collection site. So, if you have your WD-40s or whatever you need to get rid of, Drumheller does have that year round, whereas we do that collection once a year. They do have that service that, that our residents can use. And I know when you're up in the north of the county, it's not, you know, the closest drive, but that those services are available to us as well. So that is the last slide that I have. So it's, like I said, a little overview of what we offer at our transfer sites when they're open, what our relationship with the Drumheller District Solid Waste at each site is. So if anybody has any questions, I can definitely do my best to answer them for you.
Councillor Forbes.
With the collection of the batteries and stuff, I know that when my children were in high school, they did a battery collection and took it and made money for their grad class. Do we receive anything from the batteries that we collect and give?
You do get a core. What we usually do is we usually brought it to the shop, and then with those batteries, then they usually get out that way. So that's how we kind of get rid of it. I've never had an organization like that approach me and say, hey, you know, do you have batteries we can take for this? The only one I have is the 4-H will come and get tires every once in a while. But I haven't had an organization like that ask, hey, can we take your batteries? So but I mean, we're always open to that, right? Because I mean, it's getting recycled and getting, you know, used in a certain way, so.
Any other questions for Mr. McKiernan? Well, thanks, John. Did a great job of informing us and whoever's watching.
Oh, I should mention that we also do have, on our website is actually pretty good. So when you get on the website and you go into the tab down underneath, it will list everything that I went over in a very detailed way. You click on whatever site you want, it'll bring up all the hours, what it accepts, what it doesn't accept. So it's very informative. So if people are watching, that they know that the website's very informative. And when you get into those tabs, you can get any information on the sites or what we do for recycling, what Drumheller does and things like that. So it's very informative if people went on the website as well. Yep.
I guess one thing to highlight is if you're taking a mattress or a set of box springs, they're going to Torrington.
Yeah, they can't go in the trans-store bins.
No, and try to keep them out of the ditches.
Yeah.
Yeah, and furniture. All righty, so that brings us to the end of that RFT. RFD. What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve King.
First off, thank you, John, very much appreciated. And I'll make the motion that we receive the Kneehill County Transfer Site Overview presentation for information.
Okay, we have a motion to receive for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, all those in favor? And carried unanimously. Okay, our next agenda item, 5.1.1, Starland County, Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So I'm coming back with the Starland Kneehill IDP for second and third reading. So just a little bit of background. In the spring of 2018, amendments to the Municipal Government Act came into effect, including the requirement for all municipalities who share a boundary to work together to adopt an intermunicipal development plan. Prior to that, we only had one in place, and that was with Three Hills. The purpose of these plans is to foster a collaborative planning approach for lands along the common border between two municipalities. This will ensure that certain identified areas are viewed with regional perspective. The legislation was later amended by allowing an exception to this requirement if both municipalities agree they do not require one. Included in this exception was the opportunity to revoke the agreement at any time by giving written notice to the other party. Where notice is given, the municipalities must comply within 1 year from the date of the notice, and that's all now in the Municipal Government Act. Originally, Starland County and Kneehill County agreed to be exempt from the requirement to have an intermunicipal development plan. Upon further reflection and due to the potential increase for proposed development on marginal lands that many municipalities are facing, It was determined that a more regional approach to this plan area would be beneficial. Implementing a plan will ensure that identified areas will be viewed with a regional perspective. By adopting a plan that contains both guidelines for future uses as well as agreed dispute mechanisms, municipalities can reach agreement without negative impacts on either municipality. From the perspectives of both municipalities, enhanced management of the identified land within the intermunicipal development plan area will prove advantageous for the long-term interests of the municipalities and their residents. A proposed draft was created and circulated to administration from both municipalities, and a meeting was held on September 8th at Starland County. Following this meeting, additional revisions were made to the plan based on the feedback received. The revised plan was recirculated for any additional feedback, and to date, prior to us coming to public hearing, there had been no additional feedback. A committee meeting with representatives from both municipalities was held on November 14th, 2022 at the Kneehill County office. This gave an opportunity for those appointed to the committee to have a chance to review the document and provide comments prior to releasing the document for public review. The draft notes the following principles: mutual respect and equity, cooperation, collaboration, communication, and trust, to promote open communication between the municipalities, the public, and interested stakeholders, and provide meaningful involvement and consultation, respect for each other's jurisdictional autonomy and integrity, coordinated, consistent, and timely response, respect for the environment and natural capital, public engagement and consultation, and then to utilize the intermunicipal development plan as a guide to collaboratively plan for lands within that area that will promote opportunities for residential, commercial, industrial, and economic development while minimizing land use and environmental impacts. It was agreed that a coordinated approach with public hearings be held in December in both municipalities and that it would streamline the adoption of the plan. A public hearing was held on December 13th at 10 a.m. at Kneehill County, and the IDP was adopted by Starland following their public hearing on December 14th. Their council did not have any issues with the draft as presented, and public feedback was addressed during the hearing. Administration is recommending that the bylaw be adopted as presented. Once the bylaw is adopted by Kneehill County and we get the signed bylaws from both municipalities, the final document will be forwarded to Starland and it will reside on our website. So we are looking for second and third reading.
Questions? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve King.
I don't know if anyone really cares to address the elephant in the room or not, but I guess I will bring it up. We did have a concern, and we know that because of the process that Starland used, which was to approve all the readings, that kind of leaves us in a place where the concern that we had will not be addressed, and we did have conversation about this. So I guess I just want to be sure that everyone sitting at the table here today is satisfied with where we're at and is prepared to go forward. And I really feel it's something that we should say, at least give opportunity. If there's not happiness about second and third reading, that it be expressed now.
And I'm happy to make a couple comments that might help alleviate that. When we are looking at, I know that there's concern over the wording in the one section, but it does not change the process with the AUC happens outside of the intermunicipal development plan. That is a higher process, so it doesn't change anything that happens in that regard. The other thing that I wanted to point out is these lands are all along the riverland. The majority of them are Crown. A lot of that land is Crown land. So the opportunity to develop and put renewable in there is going to be very slim because you don't have contiguous land, and it's very, topography-wise, it's not going to be conducive to that type of development. So I think we can certainly do the readings and then revise the wording, and that wording is not in any of our other intermunicipal development plans either. So as we go forward looking at all the new ones and reviewing them, we can certainly address that in anything going forward. But hopefully that helps maybe alleviate some of the concern.
Councillor Forbes.
So there is, I know, I do understand that there's Crown Land down there, but there's also people that have residential properties that are across from things that have a large amount of noise. So they are affected by the things that go on down there, which means that this IDP is important to the people that are on the ratepayer side of us, as well as the people that are
Oh,
on Starland
absolutely.
side. So I want to make sure that that's also recognized, that it's not just Crown Land down there.
Oh, yep.
There's residential down there for people as well. So I just, like I expressed this morning, I'm struggling with the fact that it appears like it went through without even a conversation. I understand the core of it isn't being adjusted, but when you go and you sit at resolutions like I just did at ASB, and you realize that wording is super important, if it's important to one member of our council and we all agree it's important, it should be recognized.
Go ahead, Kevin Gannon, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the comments. Within the process of the IDP, we did follow the normal path of having the committee come forward, and there was a recommendation for a one-word change. We do appreciate the advice and the direction provided by council. Council does have the option to ask us to readdress this with Starland if they wish to. At this time, our opinion to council is that we put a communication item within the IDP that dealt with the renewable energy area, which we haven't done previously, in order to communicate outwards to our customers to understand the regulatory process that happens in the background within the IDP. The actual collaboration framework within the IDP, which is required through the MGA, has been adhered to, and I believe is quite good. It will allow both parties to come to the table when different development comes together, so those discussions can be had. So I just wanted to make sure that council understood that we do take every opinion that is placed forward. There are options on the table, and we will move forward in whichever direction council wishes us to.
Deputy Reeve King.
I appreciate all the comments that have been made, and I guess I'm prepared to go ahead based on those comments. However, I did want to make sure that everyone has had the opportunity, if they're not happy or if they're have a greater concern than I do at this point, that they have an opportunity to have a say. So that's really why I brought it up, and I do appreciate your responses, administration's responses to that question. Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
So, yeah, just further to that, I don't know so much if it's necessarily the wording. Perhaps maybe it was the process that we did vote to make a change, and then for, I guess, a couple of reasons that didn't happen. So I'm not really that hung up on the wording so much as just how the whole process played out. You know, for myself, it is the first IDP. So I did hear you mention, Ms. Hazelton, that there's an opportunity to approve it and then revise. Could you?
When we review them, so in the 4-year time cycle, and we've got 5 that are coming up for review, that we can certainly address wording in that section, because they all will have a similar section in them. And so we can certainly do that going forward in any of the new ones, but we do review them every 4 years.
Councillor Forbes.
And since I'm the one who had the issue this morning, I will say that I move that council provide second reading to bylaw 1869, Starland County and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to approve second reading of bylaw 1869. Any discussion? I guess I'll jump in now. I've got a question for you. We've done IDPs. I know that the majority of this land is either Crown land or it's in an ESA, which is not conducive to intensive livestock operations. We do not have any intensive livestock operations that the IDP will affect in this area.
Not that I'm aware of, because it's really the river land. It's
Yes.
both sides of the river, so there's not a lot and I don't think there's one ranch down there, but it would be considered seasonal feeding,
Yeah,
so,
okay. Just making sure
Yeah.
that we don't run into an issue later down the road.
yeah. And it's not the IDP that is creating the issue, it's the municipal development plan, and so that will be
Yes.
coming back for you guys' review anyway, and so you guys can address that wording.
Yeah, but our municipal development plan has a statement in it, and as soon
Yep.
as we do an IDP, that infringes upon.
Correct,
So I just
yeah.
wanted to cover my back, I guess, or
Yes.
backs, so.
No, fair enough.
All right, okay. Any other discussion to second reading of bylaw 1869? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Recommendation is to go to third reading, or do you want to postpone third reading to our next council meeting? Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move third reading of bylaw 1869 from Starland County and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve third reading of bylaw 1869. Any discussion to the motion? Last opportunity. I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazelton. Nice maps in the back. All 20 of them. Yeah. Okay, our next agenda item, 5.2.1, BMO Stampede Farm Family Award. Welcome, Ms. Sherwick, and anytime you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Reeve and Council. So the item I have for you this morning is the 2023 BMO Stampede Farm Family Award. So just a bit of background on this one. The Calgary Stampede Farm Family Awards given out each year to recognize those families and ensure the agricultural industry and their respective rural communities continue to thrive. It's for farm families deserving of recognition for both agriculture and community involvement. Farm family units must be active in primary agriculture, have ag as their main source of income, be active in community involvement, and have members residing on the farm. So discussion around this. At the January 9th ASB meeting, the board made a motion to recommend to council that LeMay Agribusiness Limited be nominated for the 2023 BMO Calgary Stampede Farm Family Award. And we have included the list of past recipients there as well for council's information. Staffing and financial implications for this, 2023 operating budget per diem for the county representative, council's options on this. Number one, that council nominates LeMay Agribusiness Limited to receive the 2023 BMO Calgary Stampede Farm Family Award as recommended by the ASB, as well as approves attendance to the event for a county representative. Two, that council nominates another family for the award, or three, that council receives as information. And for the recommended motion there, we have that council nominates LeMay Agribusiness Limited to receive the 2023 BMO Calgary Stampede Farm Family Award as recommended by the Ag Service Board, as well as approves attendance to the event for a county representative.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sherwick. Anyone have any questions, concerns? Yeah, you guys gonna fight it out now? Okay, I'll give it to, go ahead, Councillor Christie.
I guess my only question is, they were approached and accepted?
Through the Reeve, yes, we have the nomination form completed and ready for signature by the ASB chair following the motion, should that be council's decision there.
I'll make a motion to accept the LeMay Family Agribusiness as the recipient of the 2023, I'm playing with the buttons, 23 BMO Calgary Stampede Farm Family Award as recommended by the ASB Board, and approve the attendance of Ken King as the county representative.
Okay, we have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor McGee.
It's just a point of interest. I noticed that sometimes we name the family and sometimes we've named the business name. If with it being a family award, I was wondering why we are listing as a business. What's the difference there?
Through the to your question, Councillor McGee, so we do include we typically include what is provided on the nomination form. So we just include the name of the farm as well as the family name typically. So that's, yeah, we've got, and we do have both listed there, but I just referred to it as LeMay Agribusiness Limited. So it's typically just what information is provided there.
Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to add that this family is so very deserving of this award, and I would just like to offer up my congratulations to the LeMay family.
Okay, is there any other discussion to the motion? I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Ms. Sherwick. Our next agenda item, 5.3.1, Protective Services, Appointment of Fire Chief and Deputy for Torrington Fire. Welcome, Ms. Grosfield, and anytime you are ready.
Good morning, Council. Today I bring to you the appointment of the Fire Chief and Deputy Fire Chief for the Torrington Fire Department. The recommended motion is that Jason Mickelson gets appointed as the Torrington Fire Chief and Derek Benedict as the Torrington Deputy Fire Chief for a 2-year term to January 31st, 2025. Should either of these members leave their department, they would be vacant, deemed vacant immediately. The relevant legislation, we do have a Fire Services Bylaw 1770, where we must appoint the Fire Chief and Deputy Fire Chief of our district fire department, which is Torrington. And we do that on every 2-year basis. Jason Mickelson has served as the Torrington Fire Chief since 2018, and Derek Benedict as well since the fall of 2018. Derek Benedict as the Deputy Fire Chief. And the Protective Services Manager and Rural Fire Chief both recommend these representatives, and they have both been contacted and agree to continue in these capacities. They both receive an honorarium through our budget as well, and Council's options are to approve the recommended motion or to let us know if there's any other research that we can do.
Okay, so what are council's wishes? Deputy Reeve King.
So I think both of these gentlemen have done an exemplary job for us, so I would make the motion that we appoint Jason Mickelson as the Torrington Fire Chief and Derek Benedict as Torrington Deputy Fire Chief for a 2-year term to January 31st, 2025. Should either of these members leave the department, their position will be deemed vacant immediately, and extend our thanks to them for their willingness to do this job.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to accept the 2 individuals as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to the motion prior to the question? See none. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, thank you, Ms. Grosfield. Anybody want a break? I got a feeling the next one might take a while.
Sure.
Okay, we're in recess. Sorry about that, Ms. Severson. All righty, bring the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item, which I'm going to say is not one of our favorite agenda items.
At least you didn't say it was your favorite person.
The overview of oil and gas arrears. Welcome, Ms. Severson. Welcome, Ms. Von Burback. And anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Reeves Woodstock. Good morning. I'm sorry I'm here with this. I was asked to prepare a report, just giving you an overview of what we have done, what we are doing, and what we hope to continue to do, trying to collect our oil and gas tax arrears. This report has been prepared to provide council with details pertaining to our current oil and gas tax arrears, the steps that we've undertaken to collect those arrears, and the results of our past collections. The last several years have seen low gas prices and economic challenges for the oil and gas industry. As a result of this, the industry has had difficulty managing their cash flows. In 2015, Lexon Resources went bankrupt and was the county's first major exposure to the decline of the industry. Since then, Manitoque Energy and Trident Resources are the largest clients located in the county that went into receivership. Both companies sold any valuable assets through the receivership and then disclaimed the balance of their assets. Disclaimed assets are those that the receiver was unable to sell through the insolvency process, and these disclaimed assets are transferred to the Orphan Well Association for reclamation. Disclaimed assets continue to be assessed by the province until such time as they are reclaimed. Since the onset of the provincial-wide issues around oil and gas tax arrears, there have been several court decisions which have made it difficult for the county to collect the tax arrears that accumulate prior to and during a receivership. The biggest impact for the county was when the Redwater decision confirmed that any monies left from a bankruptcy be paid first to the AER for reclamation purposes. The AER has the public duty of enforcing the licensing requirements, obligations of the oil and gas industry, and is not considered a creditor. Therefore, all remaining funds are prioritized to the AER for reclamation of disclaimed assets. In 2019, the Alberta Court of Appeals ruled that current liens do not legally apply to linear properties such as wells and pipelines. As a result of that court decision, there was no effective legal mechanism for municipalities to collect unpaid taxes on oil and gas properties. The province responded to oil and gas arrears first with secondly with Bill 77. I should have flipped those two around. In 2021, the Government of Alberta introduced Bill 77 to update the Municipal Government Act to provide municipalities a tool for collection so they can continue delivering programs and services without increasing taxes. This bill allows for a special lien which assigns liability to both the owner and operator for unpaid property taxes, and introduces a 120-day period between the passing of the bill and the payment date to negotiate payment arrangements. This applies to all the debtors' accessible property within the municipality, applies to unpaid taxes owing at the passing of the legislation, and balances the need for corporations to pay their fair share while maintaining sustainable municipalities. This special lien can be registered with the Personal Property Registry to make it visible to other secured creditors who are trying to assess the risk of extending financing to a particular company. This lien would take priority over and be paid out ahead of any secured claim that a creditor may have against the company. The downside is that this lien does not provide any forceful collection other than the fact that the company may reach out to pay their arrears in order to have the county remove the lien so they can grow their business. This does not help with companies that go into bankruptcy or receivership. The other response that the province made was to provide a program to the municipalities we call the PERC program. The province provided municipalities with the PERC program, which is the Provincial Education Requisition Credit. The municipality levies education requisitions through the tax notice process. Regardless of whether taxes are paid, the municipality is responsible to forward the full requisition amount to the province each year. Due to the high amount of uncollectible taxes across the province due to the oil and gas industry tax arrears, the province provides this mechanism for the municipality to recoup education requisitions related to unpaid oil and gas taxes. The county's process has been that despite the decline in the industry, the county has been successful in working with companies that want to remain viable and continue to provide value to the area. The tax department sends arrears notices to all taxpayers in November and April. In addition, administration attempts to contact via phone and email. With our industrial accounts, the next step is to contact our legal firm and begin legal action. We start with a demand letter with a deadline for payment, and then we'll follow it up with a statement of claim against the company and directors if required. With this step, a court can provide a judgment if we prove our claim, and then registration of the writ of enforcement with the personal property registry. The difference between the Bill 77 registration and a writ is the writ allows the county to attempt garnishee of their bank accounts. To this date, we have not applied the Bill 77 lien mechanism. However, it will be added to our collection tools going forward. As council is aware, administration has been diligent in the attempted collection of outstanding tax arrears from the oil and gas industry. We have been successful with companies that remain active and productive in the county by providing them options to pay. The payment agreements we have gone into with companies do include a clause that penalties would not be assessed during the term of the agreement. We've tried to be consistent with that with all the companies. Since 2019, the county has entered into payment agreements for the collection of $12,311,000. At the end of this month, there remains $540,000 due on these agreements through the end of 2024, and that's just with one company and then one payment left on another company. So we're doing really well with that. And the one company that we have the one payment left, it was just for their arrears. They did pay their 2022 balance prior to the deadline. Summary of the tax arrears as of December 31st, 2022 is as follows. Non-oil and gas, our total is $423,523. Pretty minimal. With the oil and gas, our total right now is $5,637,593. So you can see the larger portion is oil and gas. Of the total, 93% of our total tax arrears relate to the oil and gas industry, and 85% of the 2022 arrears related to the oil and gas industry. So of the 1.6 million of 2022 arrears, that's 85% of our total 2022. Of the tax arrears related to oil and gas, administration is collecting 9% under payment agreements, 2% is undergoing collections. A significant portion of the remaining balance will not be collected as the receivership for Trident exploration is complete, and our next RFD will discuss those Trident arrears. There are also some arrears which have been forwarded to legal to issue a demand letter. They are smaller companies that remain active in the industry and are not paying the county's tax bill as well as other municipalities. There are arrears for 2020 to 2022 which total about $101,000. And we're working with our legal team to collect. I have received a payment agreement for $13,000 of that 101. It's just, they're gonna pay monthly, it'll be paid out by July, and we're not removing any penalties because they did not request that. So it's just automatic debit from their account for the next 7 months. And they will be cleared up for 2023 as well. The balance of arrears is related to properties that fall under Division 8 of the MGA, recovery of taxes related to land. That's our general every year that we do a tax sale if need be. Included in the above table are penalty balances of $2.75 million. The county does not budget for large penalty balances and as such have only been impacted in the budget on the levy side. Of the total oil and gas tax arrears, 54% of that total are penalties that have not been listed as revenues when preparing budgets. However, these amounts are included on our financial statements when listing outstanding receivables, and they are also noted in the allowance for doubtful accounts that we must record each year. In addition to the existing tax arrears on the county's books, there have been significant tax arrears in prior years related to oil and gas companies which have been written off by council due to the inability to collect. These relate to companies for which receivership has been completed and for which assets have been sold to new companies and the previous years have been written off. And you can see the balances there. Basically, those were Lexon, Manitoque, Trident, where the assets that were sold, the prior tax arrears to the sale date were written off, and then the new companies have taken over, and then going forward, we should get taxes on those. Administration has been proactive in applying for PERC funds for any arrears taxes which have been deemed uncollectible, and funds that have been returned to the county under this program since 2017 total $676,319. The financial impacts of unpaid oil and gas taxes has had a significant negative impact on the county's finances. Administration has worked diligently to collect these taxes by actioning payment agreements and initiating legal action when necessary. However, with a few of the larger corporations having gone bankrupt and leaving large amounts owing with many municipalities, there's been a large loss of revenue across the province, really.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Severson. Are there any questions from council to Ms. Severson? I noticed in your report that 2% is 2% of the total is undergoing collections.
Yeah, that's the $101,000.
Okay, so that's done through our legal firm?
Yeah, basically I contact them, and if I haven't had any luck with getting any response from my arrears notices and letters and contact, we send a demand letter through RMRF. And giving them a timeline, usually it's 45 days, we send it by registered letter and ask them to either pay or if they want to enter into a payment agreement to contact us. We've been successful, like I said, with the one company, and they are going to pay for the rest of the year. There was some personal stuff going on, I guess. And then we have 3 other companies that are included in that 101,000. And I have contacted other municipalities, and they're all in the same boat with these same 3 companies. So we're trying to gather information and work together if we can, and issue hopefully some statements of claim and get them bang, bang, bang served. And then we can go, apparently we can go directly. If they don't file a statement of defense, we can get a judgment, and then we can put a writ on and hopefully get some action. But
I guess my supplemental to that would be, do we put the legal bill on to, yes, we do?
yes, we do. And all in all, our legal costs have not been that high. Like with Trident, you'll see in the next RFD, it was under $10,000 because we shared the costs with Red Deer County. So we try to do that. That's why I wanted to contact the other municipalities in regard to these 3 companies. And, you know, because it doesn't cost much if we work together.
Yes.
But yes, those costs do get put on the tax roll.
Okay. Hopefully it scares them. It doesn't seem like it's been working.
Worked with one. The smaller companies tend to be a little more, oh no, I better deal with this. The bigger ones are the ones that just laugh at us, basically.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions from council for Ms. Severson? Well, I appreciate you putting the report together. Like I say, it's not one of our favorite things to receive, but it's probably not nearly as frustrating as what it is for you.
I just want people to pay their bills. Is that so hard?
Yeah, that's the way it usually works in the real world.
Yep.
Okay, so what's council's wishes? We have a motion. Deputy Reeve King.
So thank you for keeping us up to date and chasing all this stuff. It is appreciated, your efforts. And although you may feel like what you're bringing is not all that popular, it's the real world, so thank you for doing that. And I will make the motion that we receive this report as information.
Okay. We have a motion before us to receive for information as presented, and I do appreciate the information. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next agenda item is tax cancellation. Welcome back. This is the hard part.
Yeah, I think this one's almost worse, but, you know, after it's done, it'll look better in the future, right?
Yeah, memory's not that great.
The relevant legislation in regard to this RFD is the MGA Section 347, where council can consider it equitable to do so. It may generally or with respect to a particular taxable property do one or more of the following with or without conditions: cancel or reduce tax arrears, cancel or reduce, refund all or part of a tax, defer the collection of a tax. Trident Exploration had a receiver appointed in May 2019 to handle the closing of Trident's business affairs and to sell off any and all assets that they were able. This was completed in early 2022, and many of Trident's assets within Kneehill County borders were sold to other companies that continue to do business in the county. All assets sold have had the Trident portion of taxes previously canceled by council and the PERC dollars applied for and received. Once the receivers sold the valuable assets, they disclaimed the balance. This means that they were handed over to the Orphan Well Association for reclamation. And as I mentioned before, those continue to be assessed every year until they're reclaimed, but we won't ever collect unless they get sold, which probably will never happen. Once this was completed, there were funds left over, and our legal firm prepared a brief to the court requesting that municipalities receive a share of these funds for tax arrears prior to the balance being handed over to the AER. The court provided a decision in late 2022 which advised that municipalities were not eligible to receive any of the funds. The court brief decision was included in an attachment to this report. Now that it is clear that the receiver will not be paying any monies towards tax arrears for Trident, administration is requesting that council cancel these arrears in order to clear them from our books for a total of $4.9 million. The breakdown is as follows. There's 2019 levies in there, 2020, 21, and 22 broken down. I'm not going to say all the numbers if that's all right. And then the majority of penalties of $2.7 million, which, as I said in my previous RFD, we don't budget for, so they don't affect our budget in that way. And then legal costs were just under $10,000. So we are writing off those legal costs, but it's kind of through this process. The write-off of these taxes will result in the total outstanding tax arrears noted in the RFD prior to this report being reduced to $1.147 million. I'm sorry, $1.1 million. Looking forward into 2023, there will remain assessment on the assets that are under the care of the OWA. This will be around $52,000 on the Trident assets that are left, and then we still have some in Lexington and Manitowoc, and there's about $33,000 of that, which we had canceled in October already for 2022. So annually, it'll be around $87,000 that we'll probably have to deal with. The county will continue to apply for the PERC dollars until such time as the program becomes unavailable. As all of Trident's tax arrears have been added to our allowance for doubtful accounts, all amounts prior to January 1, 2021 will decrease our allowance for doubtful accounts on the financial statements. The 2022 balances will be accommodated within the tax cancellation budget line. The county has recouped $306,028.95 from the province through the PERC program for Trident's taxes related to the education requisition component of their unpaid taxes. And that is all I have. So you have a couple of options. You can say yes or no.
Well, I'm sure saying no isn't going to do the thing. Isn't going to do anything, actually. So, just further to your report, there will remain a $52,000 assessment on wells that are in the orphan well
that's the tax dollars based on this year's tax, or 2022's tax rates. So assessment will continue on certain properties. And then this, in 2022, there was about $52,000 on those properties that we levied, and for Trident. And then in the other ones that we have sitting there, there's about $33,000. So,
Yeah,
you know,
80
depending
some.
on the tax rates, and
Yep.
but the assessments will stay low. They're basically on just the little bit that's on top. Like we did, the
But
linear
they're
is
under
gone.
the control of the Orphan Well Association.
Exactly. And they'll sit there until they reclaim, and you know how the reclamation process is going. They're not at the top of the list.
Yeah, no,
So,
I know how that reclamation process works.
yeah. So every year, your tax person will be coming forward with a cancellation, hopefully in October, so that we can get it before we start having to apply penalties, and then we don't have to deal with penalties. But it just keeps it cleaner as far as reporting in our financial statements as well, that, you know, we don't have these arrears that we know we're never going to collect.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that in my mind, and maybe for those watching, that even though they are in the Orphan Well Association, they're still taxed, and we're still paying the education portion of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay?
And the seniors.
Oh, and
Which is a
seniors.
minimal part, but still, yeah. There's a couple requisitions there that we
Yeah.
pay on that, so.
Counselor McGee.
I have a really strange piece of information that I need clarity on. I just got word from a farmer who was contacted by a small company wanting to take some of the well sites that Trident had before they get to the orphan well process. Will this affect this thing if that actually happens? Or do you think that's past that time? This person just got this call a few days ago.
If I understand correctly, they can purchase them still through the AER. They would still have to get they'd have to get a license and everything, right? But I do understand until they're reclaimed, they can be purchased. But they're usually disclaimed because they're non-productive, which is why the receiver was unable to sell them. So, but small companies sometimes start out, I did have one of those do that, and he got stuck with some tax arrears.
So does that mean if this happened for, let's say it's just one site it worked out for, the tax arrears would not be affected to the new owner?
That's a tough one, because the one gentleman that I dealt with in regard to that particular similar situation, he was shocked when I sent him the tax arrears bill. And I said to him, I said, due diligence, buddy. You've got to check with the municipality, see if there's any tax arrears. I think we ended up writing it off in the end because, you know, it didn't really seem fair, but still, it's up to the company to do their research and find out. And that's something that's missed in the with the AER as well. And I think that that is something that is really lost in the system. Like, they just forget that these assets are still being assessed. We have no option but to tax them because they're not considered exempt and they're a taxable property according to the MGA. So as long as they are assessed and they come into my assessment roll, we have to include them in our taxes. And so we have no other option. There's other levels of organizations that need to be more aware of that, like the OWA and the AER, and you know, it's all legislations, regulations that they just haven't thought or changed those things in there.
Thank you.
But yeah.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Severson? Somebody want to write off $5 million in taxes?
Wants to put their hand up.
Deputy Reeve King.
I just want you to know I'm not going to read the roll numbers since Caroline didn't read the amounts in the RFD, but I'll make the motion that the amount of $4,913,262.83 be expensed and canceled on the rolls as listed in the RFD, as this amount is no longer collectible.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us. Can we defeat it?
Sure we could.
It's not
It's
gonna
less
do us
work
any
for
good.
me.
All righty. Okay, so we have a motion as presented in front of us to write off 4,900,000 and change. Any other discussion? Okay, it's unfortunate, but we do not have a choice. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed?
Yeah, can we vote twice?
Vote twice, yeah. Okay, unfortunately, the motion is carried, so, well, we've got 5 million off the books that we don't have to do
Yeah,
again till maybe next year.
and you'll see that on 2022 financial statements. So if you see all of a sudden that big change, that's what that is, so, which is a good thing, sort of, I guess.
Okay, well, thanks for including the court case. That made for some interesting reading. I did manage to get just about all the way through it before I fell asleep. But,
I mean, if the court had decided to give us some money, it would have been very minimal compared to what was owed, because there was only a few $100,000 left, and we weren't the only ones after it, so.
well, it made it fairly clear that the AER deserves it more than we.
Yes, yeah. And I guess, the good thing about doing that was it got it into the public, and that, we don't just walk away, we try our best, right? So.
Yeah, well, appreciate us having representation there, but it did what it did, and we're at where we're at.
Hopefully it slows down and we don't see this again.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that clears it up.
but saying that, 6.3, tax cancellation. Welcome back.
This is very minimal
Yeah,
in comparison. This RFD is for approval of cancel of taxes on 2 parcels that are land-related. As per Municipal Government Act, Section 347, and our property tax bylaw. Each year, the municipality must prepare a tax roll. The tax roll for property taxes follows the assessment roll prepared by our contracted assessors. The only parcels that are not taxed are those properties which fall under non-assessable as described in Section 298 of the MGA. And the MGA goes on to describe which properties fall under the exemption from tax in Section 351. So basically there's 2 things. There's non-assessable property, and then there's tax exemption property, which is your farmland exemptions that you get and such. Every other assessed property is required to be taxed by the municipality. Both parcels identified in this report fall under the category of requiring taxation on the assessment. The province has a program in place called the Grants in Lieu of Taxes Program, which is utilized to pay taxes on assessable properties for which the province would typically be the payee, such as RCMP stations, in this case, the Blériot Ferry. In the October 2019 provincial budget, the province reduced the funding for the Grants in Lieu of Taxes program. It indicated that most applications will be paid at approximately 75% for 2019, and then for 2020 and future years, it was anticipated that most would be paid at 50%. This change has continued, and the county received 50% of the taxable amount on Roll 302-115-33000, which relates to the Blériot Ferry. The total tax outstanding is $311.19. The province does not allow us to charge any requisitions on this parcel, so this is municipal levy only. Even though payment was not received until December 19th, they also will not pay penalties. So this parcel is indicated as penalty exempt. The province is transitioning to electronic filing of these grants in places of taxes, so I hope to see a quicker payment going forward. The second parcel relates to the Torrington Post Office. The county leases out space in our municipally owned building located in Torrington. We have not taxed this portion of the property in prior years and found that was an error, and we are required to follow the MGA regarding taxable property. As the lease does not indicate the leasee would be responsible for land taxes, administration is requesting that the associated taxes be canceled for 2022. The county receives a lease payment of $157.50 each month for this property. Administration will be reaching out to the federal government to see if this property qualifies for a grant in lieu of taxes for future years. If not, the annual land taxes will be taken into consideration in any future lease negotiations. Excuse me. So our CMP is under federal grant in lieu, and we do have one property that we do that every year, and they pay exactly what we want. So I'm kind of hoping that the post office, as it's a federal entity, is under that. And so I've been trying to get some information. So I will let you know if that comes to fruition. I will also see if I can claim the 2022 back if I find out that it falls under there. The total cancellation request for this parcel is $1,029.19, which is broken down into the municipal portion, the requisitions, and then there was some penalties. Included within the above amounts is $192.74 of requisitions, which are required to be forwarded to the applicable parties regardless of whether taxes are canceled. This can be accommodated within the approved operating budget allocation for canceled taxes. So you have the option of approving the cancellation or accept as information.
Okay, council have any questions? Councillor Forbes.
So if you're collecting $157.50 monthly, which works out to be $18.90 for the year, why are we not taking the taxes out of that?
It's a lease. It's a lease.
Okay, but what
For
are
the
you doing
land.
with the lease money from that?
Well, it's our building. We lease it to the post office.
No, and I understand that portion of it. I'm just wondering why. So how did you not realize that this was a problem that you were supposed to be charging taxes on and you're not?
It was just came to my attention. I was doing some review and found that we were leasing a portion of the building. It wouldn't generally come to my desk, but I don't know how I found out, but I did. And I kind of went, I wonder if that's supposed to be exempt, because our buildings are exempt. So I checked with our assessors and checked the MGA, and that portion of a lease, that 400 square feet or whatever it is taxable. So I had to change it for 2022. And then reviewing, and I sent her a tax bill, but then when we reviewed the lease, it did not include land taxes at all in there. So just the way I think the lease is currently budgeted, we can't transfer it to taxes. I'll let Marika explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, the tax component wasn't a piece of the equation when the lease agreement was originally signed, so that's where that kind of comes into play. The lease agreement was based on utility costs to run that portion of the building, not considering the fact that, because it was exempt at that time because the property is ours, so that wasn't a part of the lease negotiations, but it's something that will come into that lease negotiation when it comes up again. But at this time, otherwise these taxes will just sit on the roll as unpaid and continue to collect penalties that we know aren't going to be paid because the lease agreement doesn't state that the lessee is responsible for those payments.
I have another question then. Thank you for explaining that, because I didn't quite fully understand it when I was reading this the other night. So if we can't charge the province penalties on outstanding balances, do we not have a bylaw that states that so that this doesn't come forward again?
The balance that is left here, this $311, is actually levy. It's not penalties. I have checked the box on mine to not do penalties because they won't pay it. So I just don't want to put something into the revenue lines that's not ever going to happen there. Whereas taxes, I have to have council approval to remove it. You bet.
And this would actually be federal anyway. Canada Post?
The Canada Post would be federal, yes. And I did contact the lady that I deal with for the RCMP station, and she said it's another program, but that person hasn't got back to me yet. So I'm not going to be really quick to move this on the books until the very last minute, because if I can collect for last year, then I will. But I kind of wanted to have this as a backup so we could get it cleared off before the financial statements are done. Does that make sense? that's okay with you. And we'll give you an update.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. There any other questions for Ms. Severson? If not, yes, go ahead, Counselor, or Deputy Reeve King. Sorry.
So, and this is maybe more general to administration or perhaps Mr. Gannon there, quietly sitting. So do we have this same issue then with our own building and our leasee who is right next door? And are we addressing that going forward?
Through the chair, great question, and the answer is yes and yes. It's going to be coming back to council with more information in a closed session at a future date.
Stir a hornet's nest there, are we? Counselor McGee.
I move, again, not because I want to, but because it's the best for our system. I move that council approve to cancel the taxes in the amount of $1,340.38 on the rolls listed.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to cancel the taxes on the two rolls that amount to $1,340.38. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Ms. Severson. Next time it'll be good news, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, well, thank you very much for bringing this forward, and hopefully for those watching, it brings a little more clarity to what we are unfortunately pretty much mandated to do here. Okay, our next agenda item would be 7.1, and that'll be the renewable energy information and lobby efforts. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council, the item that's before you is the amalgamation of several items. As you go through the discussion, council can pick and choose which ones you might want to deal with today versus put off to another day, or have come back, as we know that one is. We wanted to tie in a number of things given the council motions that existed, as well as a request that had come up around, again, around the same topic, slightly different nuance to it, but again, the same overall topic. So as council is fully aware, Kneehill County is one of several areas in the province that are seeing increased attention from renewable energy developers, in our case, wind and solar. As we go through, we're seeing that a number of municipalities are facing some of the same challenges, opportunities, whatever term you wish to put on it, are that we are. One of the concerns that's come up among a number of municipalities is the siting of these developments, what they take up for the land base, what that opportunity cost is for that land to be used for, whether it's wind, solar, I'm just going to say energy development. This has always been a topic that I think renewable energy puts it a bit more in our faces. We've always faced this to an extent, whether it was gravel, whether oil and gas takes a lot of land out of production. The thing about renewable development is that it's concentrated and it's very difficult to miss when you're taking out a concentrated piece of land in an area. As I said, we're not the only ones dealing with this. One of the issues that municipalities face is under Section 619 of the Municipal Government Act. The approval for these facilities is done through the AUC, so the Alberta Utilities Commission. That, I shouldn't say that's done as per the MGA. Those are done through the AUC, but as per the MGA, it states that that is the authority for those decisions, and that if they make a decision, we have to accept it as a municipality. In fact, not only under 619 do we have to accept it, we have to amend our bylaws to correspond to the AUC approval. So it doesn't matter if we don't like it or not. We can say, hey, that's not a good spot for it. We will actually have to change our regulations to match the approvals that were given. When we go through, Kneehill County's process has been to, following the AUC approval, has been to bring that forward as a discretionary use, to issue a development permit for that. One of the reasons that we do that is that if we say no and we deny a permit, the development can go forward anyway. That they have their provincial approval, they do that. If we say no to something, we are unable to attach conditions to it. When the permit comes through, if we say yes, we can attach conditions to it, which allows us to address a number of things, whether at the local level that the AUC may not have done. So in our cases, in our processes, our approval has not necessarily been to convey agreement with the development in the location, but rather to give ourselves the ability to put additional conditions upon that development. So that's a bit of a nuance from what we normally do. One of the other concerns that is predominant is around the 90s, you saw a lot of these renewable energy things really get going, at least in the wind front. As we haven't yet dealt with real end-of-life considerations, and I say we not just as Kneehill County, I mean as a province. We're not really into that phase of it yet, and what that phase looks like, nobody really seems to know. So as we're getting a lot of these developments come forward now, there has been concerns raised about what happens when these reach the end of life. Is what's happening to those wind turbines, what's happening to those solar panels when they're no longer productive, and how long is end of life? We can talk about a 25-year development. The reality is that I think what's being seen out there is that the panels do have a longer lifespan than that. That doesn't mean that if the panels are down to 90% efficiency, it isn't economic to replace them with something at a higher efficiency, and you're still dealt with these old panels to do something with, right? So what that looks like, we don't know. There are concerns around that element as they relate to, are those landfilled, where are they, do they take up space in the landfills? What's that look like? As you heard earlier in the day, landfill space is a commodity, and developing new landfills is not cheap. So if we're taking up space, anything we do to take up space in them comes with a cost. In doing some research, there are abilities out there to recycle a number of these things. It does not appear that all of them are recyclable at this point in time, and nothing that I saw indicates that there is a ready market for a lot of the things. So if they can be recycled does not necessarily mean they are being recycled. Again, as you saw in the presentation this morning, we talked about glass as an example. Glass can be recycled, but if there's no market, it won't be. So can and are different things. So there is a pilot program going on from the Alberta Recycling Management Authority that when I looked into, I said, okay, that's interesting. I don't believe that right now that pilot program is going to be a larger scale market solution. That being said, that is only my opinion, and that's based on that they're looking to really refurbish these rather than recycle them. So the program that's there is to take the commercial type panels that maybe are producing at 90% efficiency that have life left in them, and refurbish them so that you could use them on your farm for whatever purpose that you have there, instead of drawing off grid. So still a good cause, but I'm not sure with the number of solar panels we're seeing that there's going to be enough of a desire or need for those to go out there. And that's, the opinion I'm putting forward is not based on some science or some amazing math that I did. It's just based on, with the sheer numbers. I don't know that will divert a large portion of them. So going through there, that's some of the background information. Have provided council with a few fact sheets that are related to siting, are related to some of the considerations, and as we go through, I'm not really going to touch on those or cover them in depth. As we go through, one of the items that came up, again, it is slated for your February 14th, is the Rocky View I'm going to call it led at this point. I think eventually they don't necessarily want to be the leaders of it and to make it more of a group thing, but right now they are the lead. They're canvassing municipalities if we want to embark upon a joint effort to lobby the provincial government to put in some protections or a framework that helps with siting and end-of-life concerns and making sure that municipalities are not left holding the bag, so to speak, when these developments are done. Ultimately, that a lot of that liability is going to rest with the landowner in there. I think beyond just the landowner, provincially, we have an issue where wanting to make sure that at the beginning we're taking care of what the end looks like, because as we just saw with our tax cancellations, it's not always been awesome when it comes to oil and gas and their end-of-life responsibilities. We have a huge, as a province, I think we have a huge concern or issue that we're working through with the Orphaned Well Association. There's a reason that association exists. And so we've seen a model where maybe it hasn't worked the best to get to that point in that industry, and wanting to put in some protections or frameworks so we don't end up there again with a different industry. Right? So in terms of the Rocky View, the only thing to add at this point is the Rocky Views let us know that that Willow Creek and Cypress County are both in terms of the joint lobby effort. Ponoka is out. And other than that, most would be probably discussing it around the same time that we are. So at the next council meeting, we'll likely have a more updated list than that. So that is, again, that's the information on that. The pertinent information from the email that we received and mentioned last council meeting, I've also included. I don't know if council wants to spend a large amount of time on that. If you do, we can come back and answer questions and discussions about it. So going through this, we have talked about our internal process at the larger end in terms of granting an approval to put conditions on that following an AUC approval. There is the other portion of this is that the county, and specifically our planning department, does field calls from both developers and landowners around these topics. So when we look at the information they're looking for, what's out there and what's provided, there was some consideration that perhaps the county would look at developing some resources for landowners for use when they're approached by potential developers. We do have, I shouldn't say we do have, the Farmers Advocate Office does have a document. We have access to that document, just as anybody in the public does. But the Farmers Advocate does have a document. We share this with people when they call in. Now, it is a fairly robust document. I think it's about 45 pages that to go through. So one of the questions there is around the topic: does council wish to have administration move forward with the development of something more than that? So that's one of the questions that we're posing. If you do, then we tie that into our 2023 work plan. That might be largely based on that farmers advocacy document that we put forward. So that is one of the questions that we've got, is whether we're doing something there or not. The other thing to make council aware of is that we have, as per council motion, we have requested a meeting at RMA with the Minister of Municipal Affairs to talk broadly about the issues, largely the end-of-life concerns and the siting concerns. We haven't heard back on that, and I anticipate it'll be a bit yet before we do. But there was a deadline by which we had to make that request, and we did make it ahead of that deadline. So we've put that forward, and we're just waiting to hear back if we have that, if we'll be granted that meeting or not.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Hogan? I guess I have one question. Well, probably more than one question. I got 0 answers. If we're putting together a ratepayer information document of some sort, I just don't know how deep we can go into it. Are we going to state something to the effect of it's the landowner's responsibility to clean up after these energy situations, and if they go bankrupt in the meantime, it could be a very costly procedure, or I don't know how to word it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we haven't, administratively, we've not really fleshed out
Yeah.
the details. It was a conversation that Kevin and I had, that we talked about that this might be something for the county to do. Like I said, whether that's relying on the farmers advocacy document or building something different from that. So detail-wise, really nothing is set or come forward. Conceptually, I think there are some broader points there that if we went forward, that we would look to address or hammer home, so to speak. That who ultimately bears the responsibility would be among those key messages that we'd want to put forward. We did talk, in the brief discussion we had internally, we did talk that we did not want to be in a place where we were advising residents on contract wording and things like that, and entering into that fray. We didn't see what we were going to put forward. We would not recommend getting into that type of role. But a broader, are you aware, this responsibility rests with you. In the agreement, you might want to cover this, which the farmers advocacy document does do quite a bit of that. So we didn't want to wade into where we were becoming actual advisors, but we definitely felt that maybe there was something we could put out that raised awareness of what people should have their legal representation looking at.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the oil and gas industry, and they've come together with the Orphan Well Association. They've put that kind of a process together, but we all know that it's not working. And right now I don't believe that any of this renewable energy has any sort of a industry standard on how to recover or reclaim or cover the costs of someone going bankrupt. So, I mean, I'm not saying that they're gonna go bankrupt, but oil and gas wasn't gonna go bankrupt either, and they did. So, just something to think about, I guess, but I would like to see people being made aware that it could come back on them. But I guess we'll determine that in the future. Are there any other comments, questions for Mr. Hogan? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So I appreciate the information that was given to us this morning. My only concern is, like, the one document's from 2017, and what I'm seeing is this is a rapidly changing industry, and I'm just not sure if the information 6 years ago was relevant today. There might be portions of it. My thought would be, again, it's not a pro-con, it's just we want to give our ratepayers the information so they can make their decisions educated and knowing what they're getting into. So I know other municipalities are hosting kind of an information night. And again, not a lawyer, potentially a land agent, somebody like that. So they can have real-time information and there's an opportunity for Q&A. I'm concerned a little bit about sending information out. People just don't seem to, I know my husband would get it in the mail or see it and kind of put it in recycling. So I'm just not sure. Might be a good compliment, but I still would love to see an in-person meeting.
Deputy Reeve King.
So I too have the same concerns about the age of the documents and perhaps some relative, there might be some more relative information that we could include if we were to update that document that we've referred to from Farmers Advocate. I'm not sure I agree with an in-person meeting, although I wouldn't be opposed to it. My concern is you can only sort of force people to take on so much information. So if we have relatively current information available to the people who are considering these developments, and we're putting that in their hands. There is some element of personal responsibility, I believe, is necessary here. And you can never, ever protect people from themselves, no matter how hard you try. So if a person who is considering a development like this, if they're not doing their due diligence, there's a limit to our responsibility to force them to do that. My concerns really relate to end of life and siting. And so I'm very, very concerned that the province doesn't seem to have a lot of motivation to force these things off of good agricultural land. It's very concerning to me that there doesn't seem to be much in terms of motivation at the provincial level to put some kind of protection in place for end of life, exactly the costing that we're talking about. And so one of my questions relates to the fact that we had talked about asking for bonding or some kind of financial protection for end of life that we were going to request, and then I heard that AUC or somebody else was going to do that. Where are we on in that? Is somebody actually putting these companies in a place where they are putting irrevocable financial commitments in place for end of life, or not? Do we know that?
Says, to you, Mr. Chair, is just to address a couple of things. So we did have that as a condition that was taken over by Alberta Environment.
Okay.
So that is the agency or the department that is looking after that, those reclamation or end of life, call them securities. I don't know if we have any information on the exact nature of those, other than the fact that Alberta Environment is the one responsible for doing it. So if they collected physical cash, that we don't have the answer to.
So can we find out? Oh, Councilor Cunningham.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I can shed some light on that. There's currently a hearing with Foothills County in front of the AUC right now, and that's the exact issue that they're addressing. From my understanding, the AUC is coming back and saying that is not an entity we can control. We cannot talk to security, so they are asking counties to take care of that piece.
But Mr. Hogan is saying that it's an AER responsibility. So I guess the question would be, we need to find out, because if it's ultimately going to be our responsibility, then we need to be putting it in place. If it's not our responsibility and it's some provincial government agency like AER, then we need to know it's actually happening. And I think it's incumbent on us to be pushing our provincial government to ensure that those things are in place. Because we are going to face an absolutely ridiculous situation in 25 or 30 years with these developments if something's not happening now.
For clarity, that's Alberta Environment.
Okay.
Ms. Hazelton, you have some information you choose to share.
Well, I can maybe help just a little bit. I do know it's fairly recent because the legislation was passed September 2018 to hand all of this to the Alberta Environment. So stuff that was done prior to that, there's probably some gaps in what types of security would have been required. So if the approvals were done earlier than that, the end of life, and I do know, I can't speak specifically to the renewables, but when Alberta Environment does require reclamation of other industries, they do take hefty securities. So I don't know what it looks like on the renewable side yet, and I can certainly do some digging there. But I do know on, for example, the gravel side, they do take securities for end of life on those, and they are fairly significant.
So I'm kind of caught a little bit here, because on one hand, I'm saying there is a landowner responsibility, but I'm also very cognizant of the fact that we've ended up in some very undesirable places with the oil and gas industry as far as the end of life is concerned. And so although there is a responsibility that sits on the landowner to do his due diligence, there still has to be somewhere within our provincial, federal, whatever, somebody has to be saying, we're pushing for this, we want this, we're talking 30% in Alberta by such and such a date. If we're not actually protecting ourselves, the province doesn't allow this on their own land. And the reason that they don't want it there is future liability for future generations. So if they're not allowing it on their own land, why in heaven's name are we allowing it on private land? And of course, there's the landowner rights and all of those things that are there. And there's a desire to have these things, but the desire is being pushed by our federal government, it's being pushed by our provincial government, but they don't seem to want to take responsibility for the ultimate end of these projects down the road. Somebody has to. And so I think it's incumbent on us to be protecting at least our own residents, if not beyond that.
No, absolutely. And the legislation definitely has not caught up. There is no Surface Rights Act that protects a ratepayer at this point in time, like there is under the AER. And so a lot of that legislation is not in place yet. And so it is problematic without question. And even the legislation we have in other industries we're seeing is not the be-all end-all to some of this stuff. So there's definitely some gaps and holes here.
Deputy Reeve King?
So what we're saying is we're in the wild west of renewable energy. The guy with the biggest gun wins, and the lawman, which is the province or the federal government, is not taking the responsibility that they have. And so we really need to be pushing to say legislation more than has to catch up. And the province, in this case, I think where we're going to be talking to, and federal government, need to put in place the protections that future citizens of Canada, Alberta, Kneehill County need to have when it comes to these. So I know we've got the opportunity to talk at our upcoming spring convention. I think we need to be pushing this pretty hard. I really think we do. So,
Councillor Forbes?
So the farmers advocacy, they state in their, one of the parts that I read, if you decline interest, the developers will have to find an alternative location. However, a new spot may be located nearby, in which case you would experience impacts without generating direct value from the revenue. That to me just says, I'm gonna give you fear and I'm gonna give you greed in the same breath. Like, how do farmers, if you're trying to feed, and if we're sitting in a place where I also look at it from a different perspective, like 50 to 60 years from now, we're gonna need to grow food. And if we're not gonna be able to do that if we don't know the effects of what a solar facility does to the soil. So it's hard to believe the farmer's advocate when they put that in there, that they're fully advocating for the farmer.
Councillor McGee?
I have a question for my co-councilors, who I assume. Did you see any of this conversation at the Ag Service Board conference, and that could be applicable, and should it not be there?
Councillor Christie?
At you know, what do you call it? The presentation from Nate Horner was that there was a discussion last week with 5 ministers. They know that land quality is a concern. They indicated it's a complicated and not an easy answer, and they haven't decided anything. That was basically, I think it was presented as we had a coffee meeting. We know that we're getting pressure. We don't know what the answer is.
Deputy Reeve King?
So one of the biggest things I hear in this whole conversation is that we can't tell people what to do. Reality is in our current land use bylaw and in our documents and policies that we have, we're telling people what to do all the time. So for the province to come out and say it's a complicated issue, agreed. However, we don't have the muscle to do what needs to be done. They do. And so really that's a very limp answer for them to come forward with, to say, yes, it's complicated. Yes, we all know that. But at the same time, there is a responsibility that they took on when they were elected to those positions, and they have mandated responsibility. They need to take that up. And so I think from our point of view here in Kneehill County, we need to look at what we can do. We need to do whatever it is that we can, and we've asked for additional information. I know administration's looking for that and doing that, so I appreciate that. But I don't think we have time to sit on this. Like, If we wait 5 years to do anything, Alberta will be covered in solar panels, and we will have no ability to affect what happens in 25 or 30 years. So.
Councillor McGee?
You know, we've been contemplating this frustration for ages, so I do dabble at looking for other resources of information, and I came across the Canadian Renewable Energy Association's best practices for public engagement document. And my question to administration is, could we use this document and also as a guideline, because this is what the actual association's putting out as a way to do business and way to do development. Could we not put in our land use that you need to have public engagement as part of your process? You know, if your own industry is suggesting that that's best practice, can we insist that that's what we do here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can ask. I don't know that there is a tool that we have at our disposal to enforce. It's no different than when the companies are putting out correspondence to landowners when they're looking to locate. Again, we have no actual enforcement mechanism to dictate those things. Does it stop us from asking? It doesn't. But again, if we want to do more than ask, that tool set is not available to us.
I guess I'll make a bit of a comment here. I know that when the renewables came in, we did our part. Our planning staff asked for security for decommissioning or recycling or what have you, some sort of security so our landowners would not be on the hook. And AUC came to us and said, oh no, you do not have that ability. We're not going to give you that ability. And now they've, whether it's through environment or the AER or whoever, they've passed the buck over there. And I don't see them doing anything with it either. So it's rather frustrating at this point. Okay, Mr. Gannon?
Through the chair, I just want to point out that we may not be able to impose a requirement for them to engage with our community formally through a municipal portion, but through the UAC, it is mandated for open house requirement. Now, being heard, I can't guarantee that that's going to happen, but it is mandated underneath their requirement for engagement.
Do you want to jump on that one, or do I?
Sure. Councillor Cunningham.
I'm not sure what I'm jumping on, but anyhow, here I go. Yeah, no, thanks for that, Mr. Gannon. That's the frustrating part. In terms of the AUC's engagement process, if a company sends you an email and you don't reply, they've engaged with you, you have no concerns. So there's just issues like that I think people need to really be aware of. There is no, like renewable energy leases don't come under the purview of the Land Agents Act. So I mean, I'm not slighting any salesmen, but the people that come to your door, most times are not the people that are gonna fulfill the end of life project, right? So again, like we say, it's just that education piece and people just being very aware of what they're getting into. If the company goes bankrupt and can't pay the taxes, I don't know if this has been tested, Mr. Hogan, maybe you could help, but if it's happened or not, potentially a municipality could go back to the landowner and say, you're paying the taxes. So there's just a lot of risks that people really need to be aware of when they go into these.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Chair, 2 points that I'll make. I don't know that has been tested. Ultimately, would that liability would that fall to the landowner? I would say yes, but again, how that would work out or how that would be tested, as we've seen with some of our other things, when an oil company doesn't pay taxes on a well site or a pipeline, we don't go back to the landowner for that. And I'd argue that we wouldn't, because we also wouldn't see that as fair. How that would play out in a development for wind or solar, I don't know. And I don't know that to my knowledge, that particular element has not been tested yet. So as we go through there, The other point that, that is a legal nuance that I'll make, when we talk securities and things like that, we can do the follow-up to confirm if what Alberta Environment's process is or what they're actually doing. One of the concerns that, that we as a municipality have is that if we start getting into the realm of where we're taking security, we can legally, I think, be seen to be taking on an obligation to do something should that company walk away. And there's a lot of fear in that, because if we, how much security do you take? How do you justify what you're taking? And if it isn't enough in 25 years and that company walks away, and everybody looks at the entity that took security as having an obligation to do reclamation, that can present a big problem for the people sitting in our seats 2 decades from now. So there is a bit of a quandary there that, you know, even if we wanted to be in that, in that playground, even if we could be, do we want to be? Because of that, and not knowing what that future is going to look like. So we want to be cognizant of that, but we will do the research to see what Alberta Environment is actually doing with, on that front.
I think we've probably got a pretty good indication of what we'd be looking at. It would be the Orphan Well Association that doesn't have enough money to reclaim the orphan wells that they have. And, I mean, that's industry driven. This one being driven by municipalities, you're right, we could be in a whole pile of pooper.
Yeah. The other component to that is, you know, if it did fall to the landowner, which I think I'd make the argument that unpaid taxes would, in this case, but courts might tell me I was wrong on that. If it ever went to a tax arrears component of it, the municipality would have the opportunity to take that land and then auction it off. I don't think that a municipality would, or would want to do that and take on that responsibility for that reclamation. However, the flip side of not doing that is that then you have a brownfield site that is sitting there with who knows what, right?
Greenfield, not brownfield.
Okay. So, you know, you can sit there and let that be an eyesore and be unproductive, or you can take on that cost and liability. So neither one of those is a great option for the future municipality. You know, when I look at the documents that we provided out, the most latest one is 2019. We did confirm that is the latest one. So the fact sheet is a bit older, but those other considerations are still, when we hunted those down, that was still what we found as the current. So I would say that, yeah, there's some regulatory issues there. Like I said, those were just some of the legal meanderings of somebody's going to find out how it works, and it might go good and it might not in the future, and it will be in outside of their, without some framework put in place by the province, we'll be in limbo until that happens.
Councillor McGee.
I'm gonna just say bluntly what irritates me. To me, it's clear that if the government thinks you're the right trend for their voters, there's no accountability, and clearly municipalities and the people who live in them are not important enough or valued enough, just my opinion. And so we're left with a problem that it should not be ours if we were valued.
Deputy Reeve King.
So I know that RMA has some things that they're advocating on our behalf in this area. This is a uniquely rural problem because it's not happening in cities and other urban areas. So is it possible for us to get an update on what's actually in front of RMA as current resolutions and advocate what they're doing in terms of advocating on this? Just so if there's a gap or a hole, perhaps as a council, we might want to consider talking to some of our other neighbors to see if we want to push something forward to fill some of those holes. Having talked to many, many other rural municipalities, the concern is the same right across the board. Everybody is asking the same questions and everybody has the same issues. And I think that right now RMA is our biggest lobby effort and our probably most respected voice that's out there. And so if there are holes, I'd certainly be interested in having some conversations around taking something else forward. Like, it is a big concern, and you hear it everywhere you go. Everybody's saying, we need to do, we need to do, we need to do. So if there's holes, let's fill the holes and see where we go from there. But I also agree with Councillor Cunningham that if we could have, and I think we do have through the Alberta, I can't even remember, Farmers Advocate Office, there is some materials that we are providing, and perhaps there's a need to look deeper at that. So those would be my two things is, are there holes? Do we need to push something else up the chain? And secondly, is there a better way that we could be informing our own residents? And that would be, so certainly, I think there are some things that we could better do.
Councillor Phobes.
It's just more of a statement, because you know, it's, when you sit and you think, if I was in the, because I lived in the city of Calgary years ago, if they were to come and propose putting solar panels on one of the green spaces they have there, do you think that's going to fly? So why is their land any more important or less important than ours? And we're feeding the people of the world and in this country. And I don't think in a bigger picture anyone's looking at that.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, and just, I know there was a meeting recently that addressed these issues, and it was essentially put on by a landowner that had been approached multiple times. So that would be my encouragement, you know, if we choose not to do a public meeting, it's certainly, if any of our ratepayers are wanting to do that, they could certainly do that. I know the one that was recently done was to a packed hall, standing room only. So the interest is definitely out there.
Where was that again?
Mountain View County.
Deputy Reeve King.
Okay, well, I mean, we can go round and round on this all day. So I think we have a sense of where we want to go. And so I'm thinking that I'm willing to make the second of those two motions, which is to direct our administration to prepare information package for landowners in whatever form, shape that takes when they're considering renewable energy development on their land. I think that we do have some responsibility to help them understand, and I think we are already doing that. I'm not saying that we're not. But is there additional information that we could be providing? And so if administration would consider putting something together that would be considered a package that would fulfill that requirement, I certainly believe that would be helpful. So that would be my motion, that we ask for that.
I guess just a little clarification for myself. We're going to put together, okay, we're asking administration to put together an information package. Are these going to be circulated by people who ask us for the information, or are we just shooting it out into the public through one of our newsletters?
So I guess my thought would be is that if we have that information available, if somebody comes and says, I'm considering doing this, and it sounds like they already are doing that, we could give them at least as much up-to-date information as possible. I believe we're doing that, but is it necessarily in a single sort of package? So that would be my idea, is that we don't have to recreate the wheel, but we would like to have a package that has as much up-to-date information that's available that we could put in their hands. And then I would like to see that not necessarily distributed in terms of a mail out or something like that, but it would be available at our
Per request.
ratepayer evenings per request and on our website. Considering renewable energy, here it is, right? So,
Okay, that serves my question. Councillor Christie.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment by not just the landowners considering renewable energies, but landowners affected by the renewable energies, so that you get the neighbors with information too?
You just come back from a resolution session or what?
Well, you know, there was one that you'd have been proud of us.
Yeah, I believe it. So would that be a friendly amendment to the motion? Asking the mover.
And because he's a good wordsmith, he can word it however he likes.
Sure, that is considered that way. Anything that we can do that helps our residents, either considering these developments or potentially being affected by one, I think is beneficial. And so, yeah. Yep. So I'm just looking, keeps moving around on me there.
Okay, I will wait for that motion to come up on the screen. Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, if that is the requirement or suggestion from council, would it be possible or advisable, would council like that brought back to committee of the whole to discuss what that package would look like and the delivery models that would be pushing out?
Asking the mover.
Sorry, I'm distracted and paying attention at the same time. So I'm certainly not implying in any way, shape, or form that we are negligent in what we currently are doing. And I do want to say that I have a lot of respect for our people working on our behalf in this area. And so please don't take this as a criticism in any way, shape, or form. However, I do believe that if we can accumulate this into sort of a single package, even if it comes from 5 different places, so be it. But then we at least can say, these are the things you need to look at and consider, and maybe there's a little addendum to it that says, have you thought about X, Y, Z? And hopefully within that information package, there might be some potential answers to that. But yeah, I'm more than willing to come back and look at what we're maybe gonna put as a proposed package. But I think we need to make the effort to at least try to accumulate those things together. And I believe we're doing that already, but it just, if we have that, then it's sitting on our website, it's available to affected residents in whichever way, either considering doing the development or being a neighbor to that. I think it kind of answers some of the questions that Councillor Cunningham has been asking us to consider doing, and it also provides maybe more or a better accumulation of information to those people who are asking for it. So yeah, all of those things I'm more than willing to consider doing.
Thank you. I believe that committee of the whole might be the best opportunity for us to have open discussion on the information that we find and bring forward to council. My only concern is as soon as we put a package together, how do we keep it updated in order to make sure that information is relevant to the current conditions? So we'll work on some of that information for council if they choose to and bring it back at committee of the whole.
Okay, so as the motion stands, we're just asking for a package to be put together. And when that package is put together, we will have a look at it at the committee of the whole. And then after that, we'll make a decision on changes or where we circulate it. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah, and the whole reason I'm making this motion is, like I say, we could go round and round here for a long time. Do we want to actually take a concrete step? And so I think that doing this is one of those steps, and then you know, asking the question of administration to, and that will be a separate motion, I guess, to look at what the current lobby efforts are and are there holes in that we want to. So anyway, this is a good first step, I believe.
Mr. Hogan, you have a comment? I see your mic is on.
Mostly because I just didn't turn it off, but
Oh, okay.
since you've given me an audience, I'll talk. To the point that was just made, I think administration has it written down. We know there's an item regarding lobbying coming back on the 14th already. We'll just tie the RMA update into that.
Super, thank you.
Okay. So we do have a motion on screen. Move that council direct administration to prepare an information package for landowners considering or affected by renewable energy development. Is that the way you would like to see that motion read?
Yes, unless there's, I think the understanding is we'll see it at a COW meeting, so I'm happy with it as it sits, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion prior to voting? I don't see any, so we will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Are we considering the recommended motion 1 at all, or are we just going to leave that till we have discussion on the 14th?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my recommendation would be to just leave that one.
Okay.
And to deal with that as part of the 14th item.
Okay, that's your recommendation. Does the council have any thoughts on it?
Good with that.
Okay, council's good with that. All right. So that brings us to the end of 7.1. I shall call a recess. Okay, I'll bring the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item, 7.2, it was an addition. It's the request from the Trochu Ag Society, and who is going to take this one? Mr. Hogan?
Yes. So through you, Mr. Chair, as you said, this was a request just very recently received from the Trochu and District Agricultural Society. Normally, we would have held this off to another agenda. However, they're operating under a timeline for a grant request they're hoping to make. So we expedited this and are bringing it forward to you. The overall request is they're looking at replacement bleachers. The project that they're looking at is approximately $70,000. It's slightly above that. They are looking to access the CFOIP grant, and that is what's creating the time crunch, because the deadline for them to do that is January 30th. This is the only council meeting we have before that deadline. So that is more their concern than maybe it is ours, but we thought if there was a chance, we'd expedite it. We have the ability to provide some funding through our community grants program. It is off-cycle, so there is, normally when we put out those calls and collect them in, we'd go through that route. That being said, if council opted to provide any funding towards this request, we could accommodate that within that grant. Council budgets $50,000 for that grant annually. That doesn't stop council from adding funds throughout the year if you feel that it's warranted. So that we felt that we could bring this forward confidently. The request that's in front of you is for $17,500. We have been made aware that the town of Trochu has contributed $3,500. So what that leaves in front of council is, if you always have the option of not providing any funding. You can provide the funding to any level that you want. You can, the numbers that are being put forward are requested. If council was to provide $17,500, that would give the Trochu and that would give the Agricultural Society the funding they needed to go forward with the project. If you provided, say, $14,000, then to match what they already have, with that contribution, with the town of Trochu's contribution, it would leave $3,500 for the Ag Society to raise themselves still. When we're looking at the numbers, one of the things to note about the CFOIP grant is it is a matching grant. So for a $70,000 project, Trochu Ag would need to come up with $35,000 so that they could apply for $35,000, and that would give them the overall funding to conduct the project. So that hopefully that's clear. If not, administration can answer any questions that council might have.
Application is for the end of January here, application deadline?
Is January 30th, that's correct.
Okay. Deputy Reeve King.
So I'll just add a little bit of supplementary information. So this came to me originally, and the Trochu Ag Society has $14,000 that they've already fundraised toward this project. So their shortfall is $21,000. That they would need to have the matching 35 for the CFOIP grant. They did actually apply, and then they were told that because they couldn't match, that they didn't qualify, but they were given an extension to the 30th of January. So if they get their funds in place by that point in time, then the application that they've already submitted will be reconsidered. So what we're doing is we're accelerating their time, because if they don't, then they have to go out and have to raise the money, and then they have to reapply at the next. So really what they're asking is if we would consider to help them to go forward with this project and just to accelerate how soon they might actually get the CFOIP grant. When they came and said they were asking us originally for 14, and then that got changed to 17.5, they're still short the $3,500. So I suggested that they ask the town of Trochu if they would contribute toward this project as well, and then that would give them a stronger position. And so in the town of Trochu's council meeting last night, they approved the $3,500 contribution to this project. So if we contribute the request of the 17.5, they have all the monies they need, and then their CFOIP grant should go forward. So that's where we're sitting right now. And so if there are other questions, I guess we're prepared to talk about that.
Counselor McGee.
I noticed that they don't list volunteer labor. Is that on their original grant? Do you know if they did? Because I can't imagine them doing this project without some volunteers helping this out that could be accounted for.
So I have not seen their original grant application, and they do talk about value of volunteer labor and what those would be. But if you look at the actual quote from Sports Systems Canada for the actual bleachers themselves, it's $71,000. So the actual materials or the bleachers that they want to order are the $70,000. So the other labor and other things that might be involved in whatever their total project is outside of information that I have.
Well, what's council's wishes here? Counselor Christie.
I just have one more comment. It's one of the
You can do that.
organizations that has the next generation involved that has my attention, that I'm having trouble getting volunteers involved in the hall for sure. And here's a group that's the next generation going to work doing something.
Deputy Reeve King.
So again, in order to facilitate and move the discussion forward, I would make the motion that we provide funding to the Trochu Ag Society through the Community Grant Program in the amount of $17,500.
Question for Mr. Hogan. Do we have those funds available?
Through Mr. Reeve, we do. We can put those, as I said, council budget's $50,000 annually into the grant program. We would put those towards there. Technically, you've not approved the final budget yet, but we would allocate that for that purpose. I would anticipate as well, if council is good with this, when we send the letter, we can get the letter out really quickly so they know they've got it. That doesn't necessarily mean we have to forward the money until the CFEP grant is actually approved.
Okay. So we have a motion. And where is it? There we go. To provide through the community grant program the amount of $17,500 for the bleacher project. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Councillor McGee.
I have a question from the 2022 budget. How much funds was left at the end of the year?
We would have to confirm that number, and we can probably do that fairly quickly. I don't know if this is where that was leading to or not. This would have to come from the 2023 budget.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seems not. I shall call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, our next order of business. Oh, we've come down to council and committee reports. Community Futures Wildrose.
I didn't put the December minutes in because our meeting was about 6 minutes at our Christmas party, so it was pretty much housekeeping and then we went and partied. But this was the loans report from December.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Christie? No, if not, we will have a Trochu Housing was added. Deputy Reeve King.
Okay, so Trochu Housing Corporation had their regular meeting yesterday afternoon. Both Councillor Christie and myself were there. They reported that their grant application that's required for the 40 long-term beds through AHS has been submitted, and they likely will have some news maybe by mid-March as to whether they're approved for that grant or not. So they submitted on December 22nd, which was ahead of the deadline, but of course then their grant application has to be reviewed, and then they'll hear back what the results are. Once they hear back on that particular grant application, then the funding that goes towards the lodge beds and other portions of that facility will then be contingent on what happens with this first grant application. So there's monies that come through CMHC, there's monies that come through other groups federally and provincially. So they have to wait on this first grant application before they can go forward on the others. They are meeting on Thursday this week with the Minister of Seniors regarding the project. And so he's coming out, he'll tour St. Mary's, and then he's meeting with the Trochu Housing Corporation group afterward. And I'm gonna meet him for the tour, and then Councillor Christie's gonna be there for the Trochu Housing Corporation presentation. So that minister is responsible for the funding that would come after the AHS funding, and so it's important that he be in the know and be on site as well. So that's currently where they're sitting. Their total ask, I think, in terms of grants that they're going to want is somewhere in the tune of almost $22 million, $21.7 million that they're asking. And the reason they're doing that is to keep their end of project borrowing as within the area that they can actually afford to pay it back. So they don't want to build a facility that they can't afford to pay for. And so that's why the ask might sound kind of big to maybe the people who are getting the grant applications, but there's reasons behind why they're doing what they're doing. So that just keeps you up to date there.
So have they updated their budget and that's why the numbers have gone up? Am I correct in that, or?
So you are correct in that. They have updated their project costs, and they really needed to do that in order to make an application that was appropriate and that would reflect the construction costs anticipated. So that's where they're sitting right now, and so yeah. So they're looking for that first grant application to be approved and find out what they get back for monies from there, and then from there they know where step 2, 3, 4 happen to be.
Okay, and this is a little, well, it's right off topic, but it's a question that I wanted to ask. Kneehill Seniors Housing, what's the vacancy rate there? Does anyone have that information? Okay.
I think, Reeve, that at our last meeting, we'd have to clarify this, but I want to say it was around 50%. Kind of fluctuates, I think. They're seeing a comeback, isn't the word, but with COVID declining right now, that people, they didn't want to be in the lodge and not be able to come out, so people kind of left and stayed with family. So I think they're seeing people moving back.
Seen a return of residents?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but we can get you an exact number.
No, ballpark is all I required. I just wanted to know what the need was, so. And Trochu Housing has sold their allotment of, what was the word there, deeded, or lease? Life leases? Yeah.
So they're still sitting with cash deposits on 21 of 24. And I think if you got an announcement that they got their grant money, there'd be 24 of 24 sold. They are replacing the lodge beds that they're building are slightly more than what's currently in the St. Mary's facility, and the intent is to replace the St. Mary's beds, and the 40 long-term care beds is an increase in number there too, but the province is looking for more beds to be available there. So the funding that they need to get, the life lease portion is no grant money, it's all self-funded. So it's the lodge and the long-term beds that they need the funding for, so.
Okay. Okay, does anyone else have any questions for Deputy Reeve King? Or comments? Okay, and Ag Services Convention at Grand Prairie. Councilor
There you go.
Christie.
They got more snow than we got. Anyway, they had some really good speakers. They talked about hydrogen and it's coming. Looked at the BC program that they have now. We looked at the cattle value chain. There's a push by the cattle group that they're concerned about being dependent on 2 non-Canadian packing plants and want more Canadian-owned, listed 44 in the province, but I'm not going to go there because that's an extremely competitive market. I don't know how you'd go back.
It gets competitive when the international entities do not want you in the market.
No kidding. Anyway, Canadian crop protection groups was to really pay attention to the Canadian chemical levels in our food that we export. We're kind of in the bottom 15 to 30%, depending on the product, to meet international guidelines, but extremely cautious on where that's going. We learned about black swan events, which are events like the 73 oil embargo that doubled oil prices from $2 to $4 a barrel, but huge impact across the world. Talked about COVID, the Ukraine war, then talked about the resilience of your farm and how do you adapt to a changing market. Not all black swan events will break you. There's some opportunity usually behind them. You got to be able to figure out where that goes. It's going to change the world market. There was a chair meeting after the conference where we went through all the things that were common ground for everybody across the province, which was prime farmland getting used up by industrial development, not just renewable energy. Wheat on numbered highways, CN. It was similar problems right across the province. Big push from like Edmonton North on drainage, affecting both municipal roads and your neighbors. Pushing for more land cleared up north, but where do you drain the water? The main point of that chair meeting was we have an election in May. Get front and center of all the candidates, no matter what the party, and make sure that they're aware that the Ag Service Board exists and these are our concerns. That was the big push at the end. What did I miss? Oh, I know, the Peterson brothers out of Kansas. Awesome. Look it up on YouTube. So it's 3 brothers that are, I think they all have university degrees, but one has an ag degree with a minor in music. And somebody challenged them to put a YouTube song that they're hoping to get 1,000 hits on. They're now over 20 million, over 11 years on different songs, basically relating ag production, grassroots, to the consumer in the city, and did a really good job of it. So if we don't tell the story, somebody else will, and they're telling the story and doing it well.
Councillor Phillips. Sorry.
I also would just like to add, it's invaluable when you sit at these conferences, the different places, the different municipalities that you get to sit with, whether it's at RMA or ASB, the networking that happens, the people that you meet, the information exchanged when we're not sitting in that room listening to presentations. It really is very valuable to who we are to come back and have conversations at this table around. So they are long days. We're not partying, trust me. You start at 8 in the morning till 4 or 4:30, depending on resolutions. But it really is an amazing experience, no matter where I've been so far.
So you're saying in-person meetings have far more value than video conferencing?
I will 100% sound that alarm, because last year at ASB, that the very first one I went to in Edmonton, we had presenters that were in front of us, the room was captivated. The ones online were not captivated, and you could hear the mumblings amongst everyone. And as I was sitting there, I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, nobody's really paying attention to him or her, whoever's online. So yes, the value of in-person is 100% necessary.
I would certainly agree. Deputy Reeve King?
So the only additional comment I'll add is that one of the things of interest to me was to see the city of Edmonton and surrounding municipalities valuing ag land. And they've come together and agreed on what land will be primarily ag and what lands are open for other types of development. So it was really nice to see, for all the sort of lip service we pay to the value of ag land, to see a number of municipalities coming together and specifically setting aside land designated primarily for agricultural production. So that was really neat for me to see, and I was very happy to see that someplace like the city of Edmonton recognizes that ag lands are extremely valuable. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments or anything to do with council and committee reports? Okay. Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the committee reports as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to move the committee reports as presented for information. All those in favor? And carried unanimously. Good thing it wasn't defeated, because then I don't know what we'd do. Okay, our next agenda item is council follow-up action list. Questions, concerns, comments? Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to point out that the Three Hills Eastwater Public Engagement Session is going to be held on Wednesday, March 8th from 4 to 7. Mr. Zier might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, at the Encana Room at Three Hills Arena, and the letters have gone out to those people in the area of interest. So just so everybody's aware.
Okay. Councillor McGee?
Just a little note to that. I would love it if, when those letters go out, then the administration sends them to us so we know what the exact wording is that you're choosing. I don't know that I got one, or did you send it out and I missed it?
Sorry. We'll confirm. If that didn't go out to council, we'll get it sent out.
I
Prefer
appreciate
an
that.
email. Okay, is there anything else in council follow-up action list? Okay. Okay. Deputy Reeve King?
Just wondering, have we heard anything about the request to talk about that bridge? We were going to ask for a potential meeting to talk about the bridge.
At the RMA conference?
Yeah.
We've not received an invite from transportation around the RMA conference yet. We are administratively, and I don't know that we've made contact yet, but we did talk, I think, just yesterday about contacting their office. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor McGee?
I'd like to move that we receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of our open session. We have a couple of items in our closed session. They both deal with personnel under section 17 of FOIP. So would someone like to move us into closed session? Councillor Christie?
So moved.
Motion's been made to move into closed session. All those in favor? Carried unanimously, and now we will wait for the cameras to pause. Or whatever they do. we are back live. Okay. We came back in open session at 1:53. It is now 1:55. Gallery has re-entered the chambers, and we have, I do believe, one motion coming out of closed session. Anybody?
I told you I was done.
Councilor McGee.
I'd like to move that we, I better get my page so I say it right, sorry. That we approve the hiring of an additional community peace officer at level 1, or the 4th, being a 4th community peace officer.
All right.
As it is written.
All right, we have a motion before us. Is it up on screen? Yes, it is. Council approve hiring an additional community peace officer level 1. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seems, don't see any.
Level 1 into the motion there, please, Karen.
Okay, I'll wait for that to come up. There we go. All righty, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, that brings us to the end of our council meeting of whatever day today is, 24th of January. And 1:57, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.